Oh yeah, I also forgot how to keep them in my periphery so I can watch their faces move. Hi. So the gold mans like to watch us. Hi. Yeah. You can see them move. There's actually a sound effect that I hadn't noticed because I play with the volume turned down so it doesn't echo too hard on the mic. Uh, so while I was doing a quick run, grabbing that flower and picking up supplies like the last bottle of wine, which I now have several of, and the plaque of Pluto that I had placed on the shrine, I noticed that I've never been up here, so I wandered up here and like, whose room is this? And it's Rufus's room. He's got nothing in his chest. Got an ink jar made of soot. There's also an incomplete note here. An incomplete note written addressed to Sinner. So we accidentally rolled into finding the man who is threatening Felix? No, that's not his name. I don't remember his name. Sure, it's here. The Sinner. Virgil. Nowhere close to Felix. Not even... There's a single or two-letter overcross. Naked mole rat. I mean... I could be. And that's when I saved, because I was like, you know what? Oh, Rufus, the naked mole... Okay. Oh, okay. Your head moved while I was tenor frame. So, got carving of a lion. It looks Egyptian. Vase. A strange old vase painted with geometric shapes and definitely not Roman. I wonder where this came from. Got a broken lion down there. Vase. A note from Kaibash. A dream diary from Kaibash in which he describes his recurring dreams about the stranger named Kurti. I told Lucia about the dreams I've been having. She said it might help her divine their meanings if I wrote them down. So this is one of the few people we have not met yet. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that particular ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Karti and told me he dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know. Who is Karti? So, this man might be from Egypt. We've not seen them. I'm beginning to doubt that that's the old philosopher at the bottom of the well. Well? Bottom of... Where was that? I put the plaque on the thing. Can I go tell him it's a shrine to Pluto?
Yeah, Sisyphus, attack or
where do I find... How do I get to that man?
That always returns.
Oh. That's through the Greek shrine. Oh, nope, not that way. So we now know who is trying to blackmail Virgil.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
Virgil! Virgil!
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Ah, a new face. Salve. I hear we have you...
Sure, I've met you many times. What's your story?
I like that.
See the golden rule. Not sure I know.
Well, I'm
right.
an... Oh, I'm not sure. It could mean that the Romans, who first started building here, were just copying Greek architecture, which they do all the time. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. This...
Uh-huh.
Of course. You wouldn't build... Oh, well...
Okay, how do I get to the...
Gladly... Hey! You mean skip...
Okay. I don't... How do I get to the part where I tell him I know who's doing it?
Nice to talk to you.
I need to read the graffiti that says, Sinner!
Welcome back. Some people... Good.
Remove the ruler from power. How do you remove a god from
Good
power?
question. It's best if I say no more, but... I hope you'll give it some thought. Some people... and I'm... Good. The first...
That's dangerous talk.
It's best if I say no more.
Who to vote for?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. Nice to talk.
Okay, I guess I talked to the dude doing it? Rufus. Rufus. What? There you are. Hey,
Citizen.
dickwad.
Name's Rufus. Better what? No idea what you're talking about? Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry.
Okay, at least he's repentant.
I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out.
Fortune smile on
I'm
you,
going
brother.
to go and...
Ah, how'd you walk between us, buddy? Isn't there zero space?
forget this ever happened.
Yeah, buddy. At least, you know what? You were a dick, but you repented. You understood that your pain... I feel your pain. It runs deep. Share it with me. But after that, you understand that that was the pain. He looks busy. Where you going? Sir, why are you just booking it out here? Where you going?
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Is there a kick button? Break up this conversation with a good kick?
Welcome back. What demon or spirit told you about that? You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you
Clearly,
didn't cross
spying
any
isn't
lines.
against this
Have you
golden rule.
spoken to him about it? Really? How did you manage that?
Now the treatment for his rheumatism. We're just spreading people's business, dude, huh? We're gonna tell every single person everyone else's business in this. There's 22 people, and soon they will know everything about everyone else. I found the treatment for his rheumatism, which was making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up his graffitis.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
Hey, Cogswell. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? Let's go, brr. So we finished another quest line. Presumably this is something else we can tell our friend, well, we gotta deal with the bowman. Have Galerius. Yeah, we're gonna try to have our friend Galerius elected magistrate. Perhaps the priestess can help her. Well, the priestess can. Wait,
Citizen.
are we about to hear a conversation? Citizen? Sir, you have no power here. And you're broken. Yeah, we can trigger these guys to turn their head by putting them to the sides of the screen. Yeah. Oh, he made it. And he's scrubbing it off. Good. Home from work and it's fucking snowing? Yeah, it was snowing here earlier, just a little bit. Not enough to really be a problem. Other than people won't remember how to drive. So we saved this man. Finish our conversations with him.
Shalom. All right, friend.
We have the bow now, actually. No, we don't. We have everything but the bow.
Help! You have to do. A man arrived and you have.
I'll get right on it.
I have to.
Don't go in there. It's dangerous. Yeah, go to your bakery. The shrine is, like, here, and your bakery is there. Like, wait, where the hell's the shrine? The shrine is there, and your bakery is there. You could run the extra 20 meters? 10 meters? Alright. I don't have anything in my inventory to deal with this man. We got a lot of arrows at this point. Got wine. We got 2 of the Roman plaques. Oh, and I found a goose. The goose honks. And I stole its eggs. And it had the same butterfly effect as everything else that told me I need to do something to it. There. Hard flank. What do I gotta stop? I can get there and jump him.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where?
Whisper's empty shrine. Okay, so I've done this one. I've done this one. I did this one. I don't know why this is still highlighted. There must be other options. Some whispering in the round shrine just inside the city, second building on your left.
For your service to the Empire.
Oh my gosh, every other person we've talked to has called us immediately on lying or bluffing. And this dude who threatens me about lying is the only person to accept my lie? And the only reason I knew that was the option is because I stood next to this bro who whispered me the answer. Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you. Legitimately, thank you, bro. I've tried so many ways to deal with this. Statue's got my back, though. Tiberius Christmas. Become the, I've died in this shrine. Phoebia has died in this shrine.
Filthy, lying degenerate.
Okay. We're gonna take his Daenerys since he's dead. And remember, everyone in this city got here with a single Daenerys. Darius? Whatever. Daenerys is plural. Which I think is, you're supposed to have a coin in the mouth for your passage across the river Styx. Styx? S-T-Y-X, whatever. Styx. The river Styx. Take your arrows. Bounty notice. By order of Styx, yeah. All loyal sons of Rome are ordered to hunt and execute the arsonist and murderer Tiberius Quintus Crispus. A citizen from the Aventine district of Rome. He's about 40 to 50 years old. He is average height, average build, has dark hair, and has got one green eye and one blue eye. He's typically clean shaven. He's a known associate of cultists and suffers from delusions of grandeur. Take item. Well, no, I know who that is. Can I... can I use the boat? Lead resolve straight as an arrow. Fuck you, what?
You there. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but
Fortune
notice that
smile
fine
on you,
bow
brother.
you're carrying. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially in the light of our dear old magistrate's ban, but I'm impressed. And before you ask, no,
Like the ban,
I
but
wouldn't
shit.
dream of
Yeah.
trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture.
I don't like you, Decius. But go
Tell me,
on.
do you have any idea how people here end up as golden statues?
The statues come to life and fire golden arrows
Here
at
I
them.
was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly one or two of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life which has to be stopped. And yet, on the other hand, I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop, the goose that laid the golden egg. With the ability to
picked up
transmute
the fucking
organic
egg.
matter into gold, one could create infinite wealth. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas touch without the drawbacks. We are talking riches beyond imagining. And even if
And
we were to
thank you
split
for submitting
all
that
those
title,
riches between
Filthy
the two
Lying
of us,
Degenerate.
half of infinite wealth is still infinite. Interested?
I think the Golden Goose is meant to be a cautionary tale.
Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but don't be so pedantic. Are you interested or not?
This sounds grossly unethical. I'm in, buddy.
So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me, are you familiar with the story of the goddess Diana?
Like Wonder Woman?
No problem. Allow me to explain. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who
The
you
Wonder
ask.
Woman.
The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden arrows. And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum, with a prominent statue of the goddess herself. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her hand? Precisely.
A golden bow.
I can't tell you how many hours I've
Alright,
spent in that temple
Theseus.
staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without breaking, you know what.
You want me to
God,
steal it?
no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead within moments, I'm sure. No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade.
Why do I have to
But make no
extinguish
mistake,
the
this
braziers?
is a dangerous path, and
Are
there's
we
no
assuming
way of
the
knowing
gods
where
can't
we'll
see in the
lead.
dark?
But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, you must have questions. Ask away.
That
When
extremely
Prometheus
dangerous.
stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind. Do you think he was worried about the danger?
Prometheus was also punished for an eternity.
Only because he was silly enough to get caught. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas
Yeah, why can't you do
you're
this,
obviously
buddy?
the more resourceful and heroic type.
I know, right?
have
Apparently the
confidence
gods can't see in the dark. So shouldn't we just shroud ourselves in darkness? I'm an archaeologist. How do you think I'm more resourceful and heroic type? I'm like fucking Indiana Jones right here.
in you. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence my proposal. So, are you in, partner?
I'll do it, but don't call me partner.
Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now, bear with me for a moment.
This man gold coats this
Here
thing
we
in like
are,
a couple of
a
seconds.
gold leaf bow.
We don't have even a whole day, so it's not like... Take golden bow, composite bow covered in gold leaf.
Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
It's across from the shrine to Apollo, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Plan seems overly complicated. Most things in this game are overly complicated. Whew. So, the gold statues are the Watchers. Wait, it's locked? Okay. Well, I can't even leave now, so I guess we're doing this. There are bees. Should have saved. Large stone statue of Diana, the ancient Roman goddess of the hunt, moon, and underworld. A Roman man at his knees as if uttering a desperate prayer. Clearly it fell on deaf ears. I mean, she's topless. Oh, I got fire in my fingers? How do I light this? How did I extinguish it, for that matter?
Is that you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you.
Dick. The fuck? I hate this dude.
A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus.
How is this not against the golden rule? You said you split the riches between two of us.
No, technically, I never said that. I said, if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh,
This guy, the gods are watching. I know, right?
You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork.
No, I'm giving you this bow.
I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
Oh, I could use the bow? I think that's my cue to leave. They seem pretty angry. Oh shit, is this how we do everything? Can I turn anything to gold? Didn't quite have the same effect. So organic matter, I think, is the requirement. I mean, that's kind of a cool effect. We gilded this man's skull. Now we actually have a weapon, though. Instead of me having broken the game in several places, I didn't realize the arrow was quite that easy to get. Or the bow. Because I broke the game in several places where there are, in fact, enemies. Well, at least one place where there's at least enemies. I turned water into gold. Nope. Oh, shouldn't jump. No jump. Walk slow. Oh, we're in the shitter. We're under the shitter. No. Oh. No. Sponge stick. A small stick with a sponge attached. This must be what Romans used instead of toilet paper. It appears to be for communal use. Best put this back immediately. Oh. Sponges are immune. I need to build some sponge armor. And then I will be the new god of this place. I need to gather enough shit sponges. And I will be invincible. You will be the SpongeBob. Oh boy, this is... Hey, wait, what? Butterflies mean that's something you can turn into gold. Oh my gosh, this whole world is filled with butterfly spots. I have to... Oh, we have to go through the entire map again, basically. Great. Oh, gross. Oh, please. We're swimming in sewage. I got an achievement, probably for swimming in sewage. Need to crouch. I knew that. Archer Frame swam through a river of shit and came out the other side. Clean. Oh! Livia's journal!
My beloved Galatea, I write this.
Voice journal.
One day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work.
She heard the statues like I do.
But that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and disturbing.
And she's apparently the only one of
She
two
was
other
looking
people who've
right
noticed the
at me.
statues can turn their heads.
As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue.
How much longer is
This
this?
was a
Okay, it's
woman
almost done.
Trapped within that golden prison. Naturally,
Yep.
I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment,
Full horror. Yeah,
I
no,
would
they're
never
conscious.
But
They know what's going on. In fact, they whispered me the answer to a puzzle that I was too dumb to solve.
Immobilized within these statues are living.
The answer being
human
lie.
beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Yep. Can I take it? No. The golden statue of the Twitch chat of of ancient Rome. They have both the answers and the need to troll. Base and W to pull yourself up ledges? Okay, so rope ledges we can pull ourselves up. Got it. This is a tutorial area. Played the game for like 5 hours. Oh, we got some hops. And we can walk across that now. So instead of falling and breaking my knees in several places, we can cross. Oh, well, someone didn't make the jump. And now we can go to the cistern and climb up and maybe out. Maybe we can end the game right now. How are we? Oh, Gabe. Find a way into the palace. Oh, hi, lady. Where you at? How do I put this bow away? Okay. So let's not walk around threatening people with this bow. Can't unbar the door. Can't unbar that door. I do indeed have the ancient Roman flashlight. Tool of great power. Like Prometheus stealing the fire. Oh! This one got tits. Can I turn fire into gold? The physics of me kicking down a solid gold statue and not breaking my legs? Why are you okay? My foot is deezed. Stands up to a solid gold statue. No problem. Is that a floating... Oh, it's a table leg. Ooh, we should turn the town goat into gold and see if that pisses off the gods. Also, this is the first time there's been combat, since this is the first time I've had a weapon.
You're not supposed to be here.
You're not supposed to be here. Am I aiming too high somehow? Then this game now is Hexen. Oh. It's not relevant moss for me to transform. Oh, I did turn to gold. The man just tagged it. Bush? Bush is biological? Nope. Oh. These people all stuck trying to save their loved ones for an eternity. Oh. This bush in particular? I guess the second floor. That door. Alright, I guess we're going down. Hello, friend. Sealed statue, pained muttering. Oh, there's a lot of them here. Do I need to do that? No, but I can kick them all in the air. Why's your hand glowy? Oh, did that dude's gold effect stop at its hand? So it gets to suffer from the decaying hand? Well, I'm sorry, buddy. I tried. Oh, hi. I didn't even know you were there. Got it. Apparently I only hit this one in the knee. Also, shit. This is rock. I need the extra, like, 6 inches? Yes, I did. What? That killed them all? I kicked one gold dude into all of them and they're all dead? Aww. He was a little broken. Go trees. No? And this dude does what for me? The inverse golden arm? Dude in his fucking unpeeled arm? Miss Mavis and her not golden arm? End it. I did. Yeah, see? They're thanking me for their deaths. Yo, how is this bread not... How's the bread only moldy? What? Distract them. Or I can hand it out. Yeah, that's right. What you gonna do?
Make it
Secrets? Not really a game of secrets. The entire game is secrets, I guess. It's all in your perspective. Just arrows? Key to palace doors. Take. A rack. Looks like this custom-made rack has been used to hold golden statues and peel the gold layer from them. Gruesome. Oh shit, the previous healer is trying to cure the statues by removing the gold, which is like flaying the statues. Is killing her allowed under the golden rule? Because that's kind of torturous and terrifying. You're flaying some dudes. Tip, look at the scroll nearby. I'm looting, my dude.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea.
Please,
Pygmalion,
go away.
the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to
You can put this
Aphrodite
down and
for
continue
aid,
listening.
discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know
that was not your real name.
Just one I
Borrowed
had
from a
borrowed
story,
from a
but when I
story.
turn.
But
Most
when I
exquisite,
turned to
beautiful
look at
woman
you,
I've ever
I
known, your
saw
face forever
the
frozen in a look of
most
haunting
exquisitely
sadness.
beautiful woman I have ever known.
What
Your
did you
face
do, Navia?
Forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this
You
place,
flayed these
and
statues.
set to work.
Statues seem to have bled an awful lot, and she was just like, this is fine. Yeah, maybe using these brutal looking surgical tools to peel the statues. I'm sorry, what? So this is a darker area, and the game was not like super light to begin with, but this is a little more gruesome of an area. Trap them. Okay. Again, the one gold statue touching them kills the rest. Seems weird. Something. Order a pizza for dinner. You. All right. Enjoy your pizza, wormhole. That you finally have ordered. Recoin. Arrows. So what's in here? You can finally explore tons of the map because I have the golden arrow bow. And in case you missed it, the lady who's in here, the ex-healer of the town, who everyone was like, she went crazy and was talking to the statues, realized that the statues are people trapped in gold. And they're not dead. So she started flaying the gold off of them. So down below, it's just piles of gold and blood. Yay! Oh. Ready. This? Casual torture, casual murder. So we can climb. Oh, there's a lot of climbing to do then. Hey. Alright, I'll put you all out of your miseries. Oh, hi. I really didn't need to come down here. Bow does work on everything, well, supposedly everything alive or biological. And objects that are not, just the game has preferences as to what counts and what doesn't. So yeah, this is the same type of bow that is used when I break the golden rule and dudes show up to turn everyone into gold. Young Roman woman. Her arms raised as if suddenly terrified by something unknown. She looks kind of like she's dancing. Also, she's topless. Same pose as the statue of Diana. My D's leg. Solid gold statue is no match for my kick. Why is there moss here? Oh yeah, you go, you melt. You know what? Here, have a friend. We also kick them out of the air. Because obviously flying kicks on solid gold statues would not break your leg or launch you somewhere. Wait, what if I stand on the moss? Would I shoot it? Am I immune to my own arrows? Possibly arc the arrow into myself. Take a look at the scroll nearby. Oh, good.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian.
Wait, this one
turned to
changes. I
stone
switched
by
pages. The
Medusa.
other ones didn't.
Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared
Flayed
to
them.
cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not
Terrifying,
care about their
yes.
suffering at all.
I'm trapped in my
They are
skin,
safe.
and it's made of gold.
Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all
You
her
flayed
strength
her.
and those
Of
sharp
course she does
knives
not
of
have
hers.
me.
This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace
What
is
happens when
now
you get to the
too
eyes?
dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both
All
mind
the
and
statues
body.
who have not been
I'm
flayed
ensuring your
are
command
whispering
is
good
the same.
advice to me, by the
I
way.
promise you
None of them
this.
have whispered me bad
One
advice at
day
this point.
we will be
Every single
together,
one of them has been like,
even if I have to
all right,
free every
let
last
us help
statue
you.
in this god's forsaken place.
So, the reason that they're angry? Because you flayed them. Alright. Alright, don't know why that arrow didn't work. Try again, same spot. There's a lot of flayed statues, yeah. He's been rather busy. A Roman military commander clutching a scroll as if issuing a decree. Whatever it was, sadly, it was in vain. Ow. I'm trying. There you go. Suppose. Without the powers, though. Ooh. She's made a lot of racks. It appears to be dead. Evidently its death didn't break the golden rule. So, this one she removed the gold from the head as well. Oh, there's still more. Okay, well that one also died horrifically. I like that she has an audience of statues so that they get to watch their old friends be flayed. And then the next one gets put on the rack. Why was that there if it wasn't going to attract them? Well, there's one on the rack right now, directly in front of me. You whispering to me through the statues. Unintelligible you. You helping me? Hi.
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that.
Attack me, we both end up encased in gold.
Do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace, for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you?
I'm not just the statuist me. A lot of them do. It's always the same voice.
What do you mean, the same voice?
Someone else is whispering to me through the statues.
Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was...
It was torturous?
Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it?
That's
Liar.
crazy talk.
You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too.
I ended up here by accident. All I want to do is leave.
What? What are you talking about?
I trapped in tunnels under the city and came up inside the
What?
palace.
So you're saying you weren't coming for us?
I wasn't planning on killing you, but then I saw what you've done.
So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this. And in so much pain. It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing.
Because you flayed them,
The only way to
lady.
fix it would be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut.
I'd be only too happy to imprison you in gold. Or wait, I can undo this. No, she's been doing this to so many of them.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Fucking dip. Gabe. The bad time to be loading. Run. Jukes. Wait, how are you down on your face? What happens if Buddy doesn't make it here? Are you in your pockets? Alright, well, at least now we can turn the goose eggs into gold. And, the other things too. Common thread. Oh yeah, we should do that now that I know how to deal with the assassin. Democracy in action. Figure out how to get to the Upper Sistine. Well, now I can go up there. Figure out how to get Gladius elected. Persuade him to run. Ask her to call the election. Show the flower. So the flower is separate from having him elected thing. So maybe I'll just give him the flower. Hi. Hi, friends.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, it sounds serious.
He's dying. Can't help her without his... Has been threatening Virgil, but if you give him some of the willow bark, it will treat his rheumatism and he'll settle down.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Yeah, I'll tell you eventually, buddy. In the meantime, my gold... He watches through their eyes. He watches? He... Oh, no, we need to go up the ladder. I want to know what's in this thing. Broke my legs trying to hit it the last time, or cross it multiple times. 250 gold. That's all. Aw. Don't want to go over there yet, lest man throw himself off the building. Wait here until he comes back? I mean, I could. I could probably be fine. Oh, nope, that's a little farther than I thought. I wanted to land on that rock. Hold up. Can I just pull myself up there if I turn that into gold? Or you can't turn it into gold. That works too. What about your cabbages? Can I turn your cabbages into gold? Nope. What, a goat? The goat into gold? Golden eggs turn to gold. These look valuable. Goose eggs turn to gold, rather. Take. Okay. The thing over there... Oh. Let me up. Really? Really, Gabe? Possibly the last bottle of wine. Okay, well, I found 3 locations with possibly the last bottle of wine, so that's not true. My inventory is now filled. Oh, there's some real money. Okay. Right. There's also money in here. Alright. So we can make a lot of money very fast right here at the start area. So paying off their debt is not going to be hard now. Well, hi.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked.
Yep.
How is it possible?
Reliving the same day.
You're a bit Sisyphus.
I know who it is. I would like to skip this conversation because it's quite long. You're a good man, Gallius.
No. Oh.
Alright, there was some other climbing stuff here. Where is it? Here. There's one of this climbing places, but that's not the one I was thinking of. It's at the top. Is it just money? A lot of money. Okay then. Oh! Speak with their tongues. I understand that, but who is Atlas? I'm sorry, who speaks with their tongues? Right, man being tortured for no reason. This way. Got a spare plaque while we're here. Never have too many plaques of Pluto. Plaques to Pluto. I think this is the way. There it is. Golden vines inspect. They're climbable. Oh, this is how you're supposed to get into the room for the first time. Or the shrine. Oh. I followed the lady in. And then she was super mad that I was inside her house and it broke the golden rule. And I couldn't leave because I couldn't find the key. But the key turned out to be right here. So I broke the... Remember, I could not figure out how to get the bow because apparently I'm a potato. So for the longest time, I was just making the game work in different ways by chasing people into rooms or, you know, jumping up over things. There's not a lot of bugs, so it's hard to force the game to let me do things. But apparently I got a lot done when I should have had this bow instead.
Oh!
Last bottle of wine. Got a lot of last bottles of wine at this point. Now there was vines around here somewhere.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Olivia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
You two stop bickering so I can speak to her.
Just as the ocean accepts, but it does not know.
Okay.
It is the blood. The newly.
Okay. Guess I was wrong. Thought there was one more climbing space on this side. Apparently not. I can't get past you. What's up, Horatio?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Oh, I wish... You know, some people say it's... But what...
Kind of awful and incompetent God will let my sister go missing. So her watch. Maybe it's best you don't go insulting gods just in case.
Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought.
Well, at least we know blasphemy doesn't break the
I'm
golden rule.
telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into...
Yeah, sure, you guys go do that. Oh, it's definitely
and
real.
I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I?
I'll be
I
going
trust
now.
you can
I'm gonna
see
show you
yourself.
my golden bow, though. Look how pretty my bow is. No? Oh, let's go talk to the dude who makes the law. It says I can't carry a bow. Hi.
We're finally alone.
Had this conversation. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we've had this conversation too. I'd like you to release this man. Fair enough.
Thank you.
Oh, we missed. Our legs. So many broken bones.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Oh yeah, hi.
Isn't the great temple majestic? A new face. Ave, and may vest...
Oh, Quita. Ask people their story.
What else?
They mentioned
That's true.
person, memory losses, waking up in a river. Hit a young woman, Karen.
Because I... But don't
The baths.
look too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Uh-huh. I can just hold E and it walks there for me? Nice and slow? Totally not going into the bath together, guys. Don't worry about it. Obviously, if we were going into the bath together, that would be bad. No? So that's the first time we're getting into this area. Walk past some murals like this on the way in. Yeah, and the way into the shrine of Persephone. Oh. Oh, and we fell in. The glowing shit on the ground. We're unable to pull ourselves out of a pool. We got the upper arm strength as one would expect of a archaeologist. We ain't no Indiana Jones, despite the fact the game likes to pretend that we are sometimes. Hi.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O.
Okay.
As in
the person who takes the ferryman of the dead. We have our coin. We're all dead.
Who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that...
I mean,
I
yeah.
don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself.
Disconnected from the chat,
My
reconnected
name's
to the chat. That seems to be happening a lot. Is Twitch having some
There are
issues?
a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. But on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This is the underworld.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their
All right,
moments.
so we're dead.
It also
Mystery solved.
tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll
What is
try
this,
to
Lost?
answer them.
Oh, I mean, here we are. Okay, you'll answer them, so we're dead.
My first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
What are you telling me about Sharon?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross.
Unless it was,
only if they could pay him with a coin.
Spiritfarer, you take over his job, and then you are the one ferrying
Bury our
people.
loved ones with a coin in their
Spiritfarer is such a good game. Highly recommend
Obol, we
Spiritfarer.
called it. Of course, an
At,
obol.
at this point, I highly recommend anything by
Because we inherited this knowledge from the
Thunder
Greeks.
Horse? That might not be right. People who made Spiritfarer, Jotun, and Sundered. Why didn't you all recognize him immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Why are there still
Good
people
question.
here?
Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case,
He likes
it
to collect
seems
them?
Charon
I
didn't
don't know.
take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we went
The
up
coin is our
east,
ticket to
but
our
so
last
many others
location?
Did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you. Now that we
Alright.
know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra, and Aeneas.
This is not having a good time in
Hercules
his stay in the
was able to
underworld.
leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Aww.
It's a reasonable question.
Why can't we
but
just
the
escape the way we
problem
came
is,
in? But yeah.
This place is fairly well designed to keep
And the
us
last
safe.
people who tried that built
There's
some
no
very
way
tall
to
ladders and
know
then were
for sure.
turned to gold.
And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Notice you seem uncomfortable calling the god of underworld by his name.
All
Why is
Romans
that?
try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us.
But if we
You
turn
know
out the
how
lights,
to
we
hear
learn
us.
that he can't see us.
If you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
I mean, we declared Pluto a dwarf planet, and see where that's gotten us in 2020 and 2021.
Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Yo, she's talking shape. She saw that we were unable to pull ourselves out of the bath with our arms, and now she's talking garbage. Ah. Hercules couldn't manipulate time or turn organic matter into gold.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here.
Well, I assume the
And it
plaques
doesn't
that I've
even
been
seem
gathering
to
will
be
eventually let me get in, but I need
suspect
4 of
the
them.
answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base.
I
It
noticed.
looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing
Yeah, I
plaques,
figured this out already,
I imagine you
Aquidia.
might be willing to receive an audience again.
Audience with you-know-who. Hey, Rajjay, how are you doing this,
It's the
Wednesday?
towering stone monument with
You-know-who
4
in this case is
and a
Pluto.
pyramid-shaped head that stands
Or
before the great
whoever
temple,
is actually the
a
god of the
dedication
dead.
to the god of this place.
We're apparently dead.
Over Rome, but of course they were looted from
Spoilers,
Egypt
by the
many
way.
years ago.
Which the
seems one
game
of
makers
them
actually
made
have a
its way
notice at
here
the
too,
beginning saying,
although
please
how
don't
is a
spoil that.
mystery.
But we're dead.
However, this one
So
is
whatever.
unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style.
It's different
Roman,
style. Oh, they're
Greek,
different plaques.
Egyptian, and another.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm like, oh yeah. She said, don't say his name or say what we were saying, like we want to escape because you may anchor him. I'm like, what? We renamed his planet and well, we reclassed his planet, and he seemed pretty upset about it. Find the Greek plaque.
No. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps
I'm doing well.
Our Egyptian resident would be
It's
able to tell us. Unfortunately,
we got some
he
normal winter
disappeared
weather
weeks
here
ago.
for today.
But
It's
I did hear
negative
Aurelia is peddling
7.
rumors about him at the
No,
time.
maybe I think it got higher, but it's like negative 8 or 9 at night. It's been flurries, so it's a little bit of snow, but not much. Weirdly, in 2 days, it's positive 9 and will rain quite a bit, which is weird. So I guess,
perhaps finding the other three...
So yeah, we'll see if I remain fine, given that the weather's gonna be weird, but it should be fine. Fuck the snow. Tell me more about escaping with the help of Persephone,
As
or
I
guide.
mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her
Oh, a nice
here
balmy
against her will,
16.
forcing her into marriage. It
Horrible.
is. The gods are a mirror image of mankind, as far as cruelty is concerned, I'm afraid. If the stories are true...
She talks a lot of shit about the gods, despite the fact that it's her job to maintain the shrines.
If she really did help Orpheus and Sisyphus, perhaps she'll help us too. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that
I mean, the
aside
statues
for a
keep
moment,
whispering, so I
there is
assume that's
also the
her.
possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I hear the female statues in particular. I didn't realize only the female ones.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're...
I feel like we were supposed to get here a lot sooner, because this was a talk to everyone, or talk to enough people and you get here. And you were supposed to get the bow very fast, but I couldn't figure that out, because everyone else I lied to, it did not work
Has she
well.
told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
Yeah.
I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through this labyrinth. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
Start by listening for more whispers?
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you.
She has too much information, asking too many things. She is the priestess, essentially. Her title is something a little different. Oh, I got my trusty Roman flashlight. A ladder. Can we take this with us? No? Yo, how is this gold statue balanced this way? I understand that that's how she was turned into gold, but gold has weight. I mean, gold doesn't have weight in this game, apparently, but... Thus far, she is not. Weight against the current. Oh, I hate that the loading screens are this. Freeze in place. Hello, Greek friend.
Welcome to my humble store. Greetings. I'm Georgius.
Hello, Georgius. I know, you want to know where I'm from, but I really want to ask you some
My
questions.
friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Do you know where I might find a Greek plaque?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgios. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget
yes they
where
do.
it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgios the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is...
I always enjoy talking to this dude.
An old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
Okay, so we have to get him out.
I hope
Great.
that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
A lot of bald peeps
You're
here.
not going to die anytime soon,
Actually,
Dooley.
My mother told me. Hello.
I did not mean to interrupt this conversation yet again.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it.
I have several Roman ones you can have instead.
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Like Galerius.
I'm trying to get Galerius.
Nice. I like Galerius.
That's what I was thinking, Rashi. I'm like, can I just hand him anything in this room?
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy. Bye-bye.
Great. There's a letter.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Oh, hello. I've never noticed this one before. Let's go. Oh, no. My legs. Try again, game. Oh, my poor legs again. I have no reason to be up here, by the way. I have full access to this man's house every other way.
Leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more shall you walk on, eggshells, yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. My first act as magistrate.
What's up, bro?
Did you just scale the wall to my villa somehow? I must remember to have words with that buffoon Domitius. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
Sir Quintius.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
One green eye, one blue eye, and just like the description is execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing.
I hate you so much, Malleus.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
Why don't you withdraw from this election, dude?
Barge into my villa, uninvited, and then make outrageous demands? Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Never mind.
You are acting very...
Yeah, I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna go speak to your wife, though. She's crying upstairs. And maybe I have something she would like in my inventory. Hi.
You're not supposed to be in here.
Doc.
What business could you possibly have with me?
How would you like some help getting back at Malleus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
No, Malleus is who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
Can I like come inside so I'm not looking at half of you, like creeping around the door?
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans.
He got his own name wrong. Case, always a great sign. That's always the guy you want leading you, your settlements.
I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back.
I don't know why she's crying, by the way. I just assume that her husband's a dick to everyone else, so why not her as well?
Why exactly are you helping me?
I hate seeing such a beautiful woman treated so poorly.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent...
I love your door face.
I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
Sure. What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small...
One small urn? My inventory's filled with the last bottles of wine in this city. I've been collecting it every time I go through a loop.
Pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Don't look at me like that. Why do you want wine? Why can't you get it yourself?
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men.
Well, that's how Roman
counseling
works.
him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight.
It's a good thing the voice acting is so good in this game.
To get good and merry, And if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it. You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy. So, you'll help me?
I have the wine right here.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
Quintius to my beloved Claudia. For a time, I despaired at the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life. Then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become this city's magistrate, so that I may govern with wisdom and strength with you by my side. That's a love letter, being like, I want to be the leader. I mean, the first half kind of starts off very love lettery. The second half is weird. Weird promise.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to this bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined.
Please let me come out from behind this door.
Leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
Sure, you can have it. No one else will ever know.
Now, I appreciate your discretion in this matter. I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this.
Hi. Could have let me in at any point. We're gonna have a conversation like normal people. What's a boat hook with a lantern spot? Sure. So much money.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and...
You again?
To withdraw from the election.
Are you insane? Why?
Because I know you're Quintius, your wife gave me your love letter, and Nero wants you dead. Here you go.
It finally caught up with me. I
cannot show this to anyone else other than him, otherwise they'll accuse her of infidelity.
One of Nero's assassins?
The Emperor sends his regards. No, I'm not. Fortunately for you.
You're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'd let me live?
Yes, only because I need to... only because killing you would cause it to loop. If not, I would, because you're a dick, Malleus.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Never speak to me or my children again, or me and my child again. Okay, so democracy in action. Find the fourth plaque. Okay.
citizen.
So we need another copy of the letter. Buddy, your corpse should have a letter on it. Now we need to go talk to the lady who was driven mad by the knowledge that we're in fact all dead. Nope. Wrong turn somewhere. There we go. Hi.
The 49 melody. Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
I figured out I know where we are.
Speak its name.
Underworld.
Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here.
Is it voice acted? I guess
Would you
I'll
like
listen.
to hear it?
Oh, I realize I have somewhere else to be.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend.
What is the shadow of the hand on
I
your
think
chest?
I should rest.
Hey, Red Mado. How are you doing this fine Wednesday? Oh, it's a brush.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was
Oh, you're extremely
intrigued.
glad, sorry.
There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before.
I'm
A
doing
certain
well.
Learning and sophistication. Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. Maybe you should go and make friends with Virgil instead.
Not too
I
cold
take
here,
back
though
what
the
I
weather
said.
is slightly weird.
Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business.
But otherwise, my week has been good.
So, what brings you to my tavern? Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job. I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then, the next day, Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence?
She looks so much like Val from Stargate. Alright.
Alright, see ya.
Fortunately, she is a terrible person. No clues in this man's room. Already looked at all that. Listen to the whisper for clues about a way to escape. Herculean task. Golden rule. Origin. Virtuous man. Secret admirer. Figure out what happens to her. Find the Greek plaque. Egyptian plaque. Mystery plaque. Oh, that's not where I want to go. I want to go the other way. Need to find our friend, there he is, working the fields. Oh, I didn't even know I can get up there. What do I do with the golden egg? Sir! Hi.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
I have that flower you wanted.
How did you know I wanted that flower?
Oh yeah, we told him we're in a time loop and he believes us.
You know what? It doesn't matter. This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give
Yeah,
her.
I knew you wanted Equitia.
What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
What's the worst that could happen?
Aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive.
Oh, so that's why she was very concerned about us going into the bath with her.
At the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do.
Well, you tell her, and then she rejects you, and then you were fine. Tell her how you feel.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is.
I mean, I can time loop. I don't really care, Gallius.
What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Yes, my friends. Jesse's her issue, not his.
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
That's sweet, I'll do it. That's corny, but alright, I'll do it.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
Well, I want you to become mayor. Or magistrate.
What's it? I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. That's good enough for me.
Withdrew from the election.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that
Yeah. I think getting you elected will go a long way towards getting me the plaque that I need. Who knows what's gonna happen when, well, Mr. Can't remember the rule is free and doing whatever he wants. Here, is she in the temple? Hi. I mean, you're home doing who knows what. Where you at? Okay. Is it upstairs? Up here. Oh, coin purse steal. Let's not do that. Already looked at that type. So she's somewhere in the forum. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be looking for things I can turn into gold. Oh, Baker. I've never been able to talk to you before. You've always been super panicked.
Salve and welcome. Need something?
Your story.
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
And up here.
It started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again...
Yeah, okay, so you died in a carriage. Got it.
I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do.
Do you know a way out?
You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Why not give the place a chance before you try to leave? Good people here. Galerius works hard on the farm so I can put food on our tables, and Lucretia tries to keep us healthy. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure these old walls don't fall down around us. Well, he does his best. I'm just saying, there are worse places you could live out your days.
Well, we're not living.
Well, I can tell from your funny accent you're not from around here, but that doesn't mean you don't belong, does it?
So positive.
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
Uh-huh, that's the problem, if people are nice to each other.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the golden rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
Yes, I've talked to him extensively.
All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
What? I didn't take care of the problem for you this time. Also, my inventory's filled with loaves of bread because I can pick these up and they don't count as stealing.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Where's Equitia? Oh. You are very nice as well. Or you're just staring at him for no reason. You're not talking to him.
Oh,
Ave again. Did you find what you need?
I asked you some question about escaping the underworld.
May Fortuna guide you.
Okay.
Ave again.
Someone wanted me to give you this flower.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you it's from your secret admirer and that they'll keep you at a distance. They should want to know that you're loved.
So, it's from Galerius, then?
Yeah, the man is not subtle. This is not a surprise.
Of course.
And she's very observant.
I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
Springtime?
But he is the least.
Oh, and he's standing between us.
You could imagine the way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks.
Oh, he's also overhearing this conversation. We have no subtle. There's no subtle. Nothing subtle is happening here.
Inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. See you again soon, I hope.
Apparently I won't have to go far to tell him this. He took off. He popped in for a listen and then dipped. Damn it, man.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind?
Over that flower for you, bud.
What did she say?
I knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that once she turns 36, she's allowed to marry and that she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in. In the
I'm
rock
listening.
tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way. All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I know how to make you move. I just have to kill someone. So there's money here, though. That's all it is? We need to call the election. I should have done that before, too. Did I get an achievement? Alright, let's call this election.
Ave again. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Can we start the election now?
I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason. Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments.
Yeah, we're gonna stop the arguments by holding it now.
Very well. I'll get things started right away. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
How did they hear you? How did dude hear you inside of his house? Are we really going where I think we're going? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Do I get a vote?
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll
Public
start
vote.
with you, Horatius.
Someone gets shanked? Is this what actually sets it off?
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision.
Your vote doesn't even count, buddy.
Magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not.
Good
That's
manners
it. You
are
can all get on
cost
with your
nothing,
day.
my friend.
Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Move along. Move along. Is that a surprise to you?
See you again soon.
Surprise, you're the magistrate now. He looks busy. Alright. Open it up.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
That's quite an
I'm
impressive
sorry it took so
bow you
long,
have
my
there.
friend. And
Just like
it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius.
Open it, fuckers.
So happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Let me in.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said
Yes,
I should
Dooley.
thank the newcomer.
I am the newcomer.
Are you the newcomer?
Yes. We've met before, Dooley. Yes, that's me.
It is you. Then
I talked to you about 20 minutes ago and you
You're
called
a
me
big
mean.
helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy. You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always
Yes, I would also like the key
But
to
then
the
he
Upper
died.
Sistine
But
Cistern.
before that, he told me If anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious. He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it.
Friend Hannibal Lecter.
I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust.
I'll help
Thank
you.
you. Here's the key.
Oh, the gate.
I hope you find it. In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shiny.
Please don't steal anything before I've gathered everything I want.
Treasure. I can see it.
Plaque bearing the Greek inscription Hades, Lord of Many.
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody
Antisocial.
No one will mind if I just...
Thank you. But also, how did you trigger that? I don't see it in the chat, either of my chats. Let me refresh this chat. I feel like something's broken. Oh, someone donated $50 to Extra Life. That's what it was. There was supposed to be an alert. An alert was supposed to pop up. Well, that didn't work, but thank you very much, whoever it was. In fact, let's push this scene. Thank you, Rad Mado, for your donation. Your money will help children in the network I can never remember the name of, because I'm terrible at names, but thank you very much for your donation. Oh, one of these buttons will take me back. Lee? Finished my tea, but cheers? Dooley looks busy. This is concerning, Dooley. Please don't take anything. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it. Please, no,
I was
Dooley.
so pleased to hear Galerius is our new magistrate. He's such a kind-hearted man.
We'll leave Dooley there. I really wish the alert had shown up. Because I do believe it was supposed to throw your name basically across the entire stream, and then have other things.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Do it! Kill me!
Thanks, Dooley. And thank you very much for the donation. While we're here, hey, come out here, Arrow Lady. I want to loot the thing behind you. All right. Oh, jukes. Oh, that's a lot of gold. They weren't lying. That's a lot of gold. Oh no. Hi. Ow. Hey, Xeroxia. I hope you're having a good day. I think we're almost done this game. Because I'm almost done all the side quests as well. We gotta go into the Upper Sistine. We gotta find the lady, Centilia. We need to find the Egyptian plaque, the mystery plaque, and Still the Upper Sistine. So we are going to the Upper Sistine. That cistern? Cistern. Turns out Sentius, though, isn't wrong about having Dooley locked up for his mere existence.
Salve, friend. Mind
Hello,
telling
friend.
me who you are and what you're doing with that bow on your back? Oh, it sounds serious. I'm listening.
You
here? Oh no. Poor bird.
Threatening?
Alright, let me see. What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make
So
sure
I
he
think
passes
we're
on the
about to
message.
finish this at some way or another.
I'll go, but
In
once
some
I'm
way
done,
or another.
I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
We don't have the plaques, but I can go into this Upper Sistine. And we no longer need to ever collect gold. So we can skip all of that. Oh, there's a bunch of areas underground I haven't done yet. Alright, let's go up high first. Other than the obelisk. So our friend over there is running with that message. We've got to come up here and tell this man that he is free. Oh shit, did he already jump? No? The news got to hear real fast that he was alive, though, that he's safe. Now this, I should have the key to this thing. Boom. In we go, and a loading screen. Not a huge surprise. Please open the other side. Captive weeping. Figure there's a captive. Bring up my golden bow. Oh. Are you chained up here? Doesn't look like the golden bow. Oh, nuts. I have both, so I have to switch between them. Alright, well that one's golden. Good call. Good catch, Rasher. Where are you? Put the bow away before I accidentally shoot you.
You? Who are you? Did he send you?
Wait, Sensilia. Are you Sensilia?
Thank Juno, you're here. You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's
I'm
monster?
Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape,
Oh, your father locked you up in here.
or until we're turned to
Fucking
gold.
asshole that he is.
You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father.
Sentius.
Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
I mean, to be fair, they read the history of this place suggests the last people who tried to escape broke the golden rule and were turned to gold. There's Where's the way out?
Behind me. There's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't
What
be
about the
enough
others?
time. Just you and me.
Oh, I have all the time in the world, lady. Sorry if I let you go, everyone else will die. What if I round everyone up so they're ready to escape?
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Alright.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she?
As if I tell you, you're human garbage, you know that?
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al.
Why is he so quiet? Is it because he's all the way across the room? But also, you're a dick, Sentius.
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to...
I mean, I've done a lot of shit here, buddy.
He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success. How many extra days did you give me? Just the 6? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day, nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes.
I mean, I have a golden bow, Fred.
Now, then find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Oh, it did pop up, but it's super tiny. Wormhole, thank you for the $9 for extra life. Again, I wish I had something else, but cheers. Which, for some reason, is not being reflected in the, Oh, there it is. Oh, I see why it's $9 now. Nice. Thank you, Radmado and Weremole, for making this possible. So you have me figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time. You knew there was a way out, and leaving locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this.
So he looks like,
my beautiful
kind of like an older Sean Dean for a reason?
Face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely.
No, you are already dead.
Cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
He asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail.
Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. Man will always sin sooner or later. Any idiot could tell you this, but where others might see tragedy, I saw opportunity. As I told you the first time we met, I found a way to cheat death. By reliving the same day over and over again.
He had to sacrifice himself to open the portal.
Continue living long
so
after your
this plan came together after the city had already started to collapse because someone broke the golden rule. So he's making this sound like it's a master plan, but it couldn't have been a master plan because nowhere does it say that his consciousness would be going through it. Like he even said he was surprised that he remembered at first.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
What the fuck was it? What is he made out of?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go.
What? Why was he made of gasoline?
That light, it's so bright.
Oh, we're going backwards through the wormhole. Is that the end of the game? Figure out how to return to your original time.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Oh, we can save Al. Alworth, I came in here to find you.
I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name.
Yeah, and thank you, Werewolf. Can't resist is a good reason.
Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Ah. That's me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, Al.
I'm not sure I understand.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
Still have the suicide note you carved into this tablet
let me see
here.
that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
Written by a different version of you. I changed the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill a man who opened a time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Time travel! Temporal
guess
mechanics!
You saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Enough talk. How about we get out of this
Maybe we
place?
can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Right here in this cistern. Do I still have the bow? I do not have the bow. Al? Well, rest in peace, Al. You apparently didn't come with me.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Why do I suspect that that's not true? Why do I feel like we're about to go talk to Sharon, who's going to tell me that we are in fact still dead? So, I escaped the time loop.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
Found him. He'll be here in a moment.
What a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
How do you have the some of the scariest eyes? Your real name is Sharon.
I see.
Oh!
I thought you knew.
That's why you have scary eyes.
Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Well?
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not
No, that's fair.
deceiving people. Believe me, I do not.
If you showed up like this, I certainly wouldn't have gone into the damn temple.
That most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What
That
truth
you
is
died,
that?
Of course. You were dead.
I understood that.
My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
The chosen.
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered.
You were murdered, okay.
You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin.
Al murdered me, didn't he?
As you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not.
We died gloriously.
There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
Special about these
Perhaps you have
coins.
heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans.
Yes, with the coin in their mouth to pay the ferryman. Yes.
To pay the ferryman.
But why only those coins in particular?
Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do.
Yes, I understand
A long
this.
time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years,
The underworld has run its course. That is a weird phrase. The underworld has run its course. I guess hell is done, right?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here.
How did she solve that we would be from the future and find this?
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me.
Can I reload a save and bring everyone?
Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours.
Also, we never got into the big temple.
I live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you
and
ready
where
to
are
go
you
home?
going? Ending 2 of 4. Yeah, I know, some impressive carvings, some perfect typeface and some stone. We got ending 2 of 4. I'm gonna guess, and based off of the fact that it's a timeline, I'm gonna guess 3 of 4 is if we had taken more people. I think that was an option. Tap escape to continue. Developed by Modern Storytelling. I will let this play out for a moment. I need to take a very quick bio. The clip by Renegade. Oh, are they playing Fall Guys? I'm surprised they playing Fall Guys first because it's a new season of of Fortnite. I wonder how long these credits are. Will made another funny sound. Soon we'll have a whole soundboard worth. Should move my. I could make my soundboard play into my mic line. Because I use voice meter. But, you know, usually there's enough people around with that already set up that I don't need to. Whether it's Renegoo, BK, or Wabbit's got it set up. A lot of the regulars already have their soundboards pumping into their mic lines. Do we want to go for see if we can get the third ending at least, because we know what it is, or if not, push for the fourth ending, since I'm gonna guess it has to do with the only place I haven't been yet, the temple. Oh, there's still the underground. It could be either the underground or the temple, or it could be both. Or the underground could probably give us the parts to get into the temple. Probably take another 20-30 minutes. Yeah, they're still playing Fall Guys. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Let's see if we can get another ending or two. I have no idea what the first ending is. It says we're way past it. I'm sure I could trigger it. It's probably the fastest one. It's probably the speedrunner one. Translator of Ovid's metaphors. Really? Made with Unreal. Dedication. And the credits. All right. We reload the file. Grudge. Captive weeping. Oh, okay, so we have to tell her no? Sorry, Scintilla. But, you don't get to leave. That is where we came in.
You.
Nobody sent me.
You're here. I'm Scintilla. He wants to keep...
To you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Behind me. I'm good. There won't be a...
What if I round up everyone?
There's no...
Sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die. They're gonna play 2 more Fall Guy matches? Oh, thanks for letting me know.
No! You can't just leave me here! How can you be so heartless?
Too dangerous. Let me go crusade. No heartless, just rational. Our escape isn't worth the lives of everyone here. Let me go persuade him.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
I can be fairly persuasive.
You're making a mistake.
Confront bro that he's got his daughter locked up. I mean, not bro. He doesn't deserve the title or the nickname. We'll confront Dickface that... What is happening? Oh, what is happening? Gabe. Got his daughter locked up and hidden away. so that he can live forever. I should have taken the zip line down. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't need to get up there, because that's just the exit, the other quest, but I want to see if I could just bust up there and make it so she stops flaying a statue. Because, frankly, it's kind of horrific, but hey. Try going this way. Can we climb this way? Oh, we can. Good. Okay, game, that was a weird motion you've just got on. No? Alright. Not my problem. Oh, my legs! Wooden bucket looks like the owner dropped it while fetching water and tragically never picked it up again. Well, yeah.
Citizen.
What do you mean he looks busy? What? I got an achievement unlocked?
The word they tell you.
I'm sorry, wait, why are you, how are you talking to people on the other side of the map? Okay, well.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Oh, did Buddy get crushed? Oh, can't turn a corpse. How did I get to that underground area the last time? No idea. Yeah, I don't know. One takes me into the city. The other path takes me to the other side. You can never have too many Roman plaques. Greek one's a little harder because Dooley causes us to have to make it a quick run. Never have too many bottles of wine. Though I don't think I ever need it again. Oh, is this it? No. Oh, it's the Greek shrine. The Greek shrine. That's where we're going. We're gonna need our flashlight for the Greek shrine. This is the only place I've been legitimately stuck. Someone broke the golden rule while I was down here. Buddy ran to this first, and I couldn't get past him. So we were just trapped in here forever. Game. I hate your loading. I hate your lack of loading screens, much like I hated it in Abduction. If you're gonna load like that, it has to be smooth. This is loading from a solid-state drive. Imagine loading this game from a hard drive. It would not be great. They lead. Ask the old man if you've seen Kibosh.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you.
Old philosopher.
Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
I'm looking for a plaque that we moved from the obelisk.
That cursed thing. I know exactly where it is.
Why is it cursed?
I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible?
Your eyes are also very scary.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong,
it's a complex question, my dude.
Down here, with the
I keep forgetting I'm supposed to read out loud what I'm saying.
Become more difficult.
But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only become more difficult.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule,
good people.
Morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
So to navigate the rays, we have to be certain about the difference. Whose version?
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Depends on how you define that. Because from any system given by gods, or supposedly given by gods, that's kind of a no. There are many different ways, many different. The morals kind of depend on society, ethics, morals, and ethics. So the systems tend to be subjectively defined. On the other hand, by definition, utilitarianism is always correct, because if you have the infinite knowledge to correctly execute utilitarianism, then your answer would always, your choice would always be correct. Fortunately, it does require infinite knowledge, because you need to know the future and the outcomes of everything. which is why it breaks down into rural or becomes rule-based utilitarianism, which then you hit something that you don't have a rule for, which then breaks down into normal utilitarianism again. Yeah, so there's more than one.
How can that be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
Moral code depends on the laws and custom of whichever society you're in.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
I only have one option, yes.
If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead, and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
I mean, no, I suppose not, but I'm not from that culture.
And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be made, such as where it is necessary for self-defense or to prevent a greater evil. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations.
Yes, which is why rule-based utilitarianism also collapses into utilitarianism.
Are impossible to codify. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people
find a way around them. Fair.
Around them.
That is fair.
And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector.
And if this would all be hinting that it was in fact Sentius.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
What is your story?
How did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life.
Stabbed in a bar fight over arguments.
At a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground, Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Hades? You mean Pluto?
Same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
Hey, Cogswell. Welcome back. I'm talking to a philosopher underground. We're having a very lengthy discussion on morality, subjective or objective. Spoiler, this place is the underworld, which is not a surprise. Everyone came here with a single coin carried by Karen. I wanted to say, Pluto, my people call him Hades. Can't return to the surface.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the...
I mean, the one that I talked to is literally called Karen.
I think
that's the form that Charon took on to bring me here. By Karen.
Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades...
His name is turned to Hermit Philosopher.
I'm still alive. I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
Oh yeah, Kabash is down here somewhere.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many
Hades and Pluto, Kyle.
Arguments are better.
Might as well be. So many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. Like many things in life, better with a partner, yes.
As you wish.
Do you know way out of here?
If I did, would I be living like this?
Yeah, I don't know why I asked you that, but it was an option. What do you think of the golden rule?
At length already? Oh, I see.
Well, you don't want to have the conversation again, Mr. Hermit Philosopher. I found a plaque that was removed from the obelisk.
The plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It
The
is
one.
a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you, if Kabash had not already taken it.
Where is he?
But you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However,
so far,
there is one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly,
So
it made
Egyptians were
sense
here
why
first.
There was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's
Okay.
possessions. You
So
see,
what would be
Greeks
before the
thought Roman
Egyptians then?
beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow
So
Galash's
Romans replaced the Greeks replaced the Egyptians.
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key.
So Sumeria?
To open the gate.
Sumerian? The catacombs. Alright, say.
I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
I mean, it's hard to make papyrus when you don't know how it's made. Friend of the philosopher. This must be one of the philosopher's 11 friends who he outlives. That what they're all gonna say? Cool. Greek vases. I noticed that they just did not burn their dead. Yep, that looks Egyptian. Oh. Hi. Oh, it's a mummy! Wait, what? I have the bow fully drawn, and I can throw my leg up, and also the angle is weird. Look where that kick is coming from, with where my arms have to be. It's like the Doom guy is kicking with a leg coming from the center of his chest, or center of his abdomen. Alright, statue. Blocked from the other side. Cool, we're about to do a Skyrim-style temple. Or dungeon. Yep, that'll be our exit door. Okay. So, Egyptians. Yep. Egyptian plaque. Translates into, the many shall suffer the sins of the one. Will is switching to Fortnite. I think we're getting real close to this ending. I'll hop on over in a bit. Looking like it was running from something. Egyptian board game called Senet. Rules for which are long forgotten. Stuck. Boom! Kick that statue into that. For some reason, that breaks the game and kills the unkillables instantly. Hey, you were standing. I was not prepared for that. Going. Heading out. Yep, see you in a bit. At least I think a bit. Shouldn't be too long. Statue of Acker. Deity set the guard against evil spirits and welcome the dead to the underworld. E. Anubis. Many shall suffer the sins of the one. Sir, hello.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I am
Kamash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
Do I look Greek or Roman to you?
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
For an Egyptian plaque.
To what end?
Want to return it to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
You've adjusted robot voice a bit. Prepare for boarding. Oh, thanks for hanging out, Xeroxia.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty.
Yeah, he just gave it to me, but apparently he's got the next one
to
too.
Hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
The Duat.
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
What's the problem with this plaque?
It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the
Because it is.
or
It's
Cyrus's
Sumerian.
But
It's gotta be
that is
Sumerian.
so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept.
Why not?
I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
Does
You
the
will
inscription
never
say?
know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please
You are
don't.
too late. It is done.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
What is
I
your
am from
story, my dude?
Lagotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead. This
You know, I'm gonna ask you a way out of here, but
as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
what do you think about the golden rule?
If someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
I think it's down there.
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit.
Well, we're about to find out because someone threw the plaque we need down there.
It would be unwise to venture down there.
Perhaps.
Most unwise. Good.
Going now.
Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat.
You already said that. I'll find a way back up. Here we go. Sumerian plaque. Oh, who could have expected that? Plaque bearing a cuneiform inscription. Nergal, the fierce one. Hello, Sumerians. Now we can get into the temple. Why are there Ancient stone tablet. Stranger, heed the final words of Nemzaku. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms, as a family. But with each newcomer, the bond of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nergal's sentinels have awoken and clamored at our barricades. Learn from our mistake. Miss. Such bronze. Go that way. Barricades. Road set of barricades. Looks like these Sumerians are trying to defend themselves from something. I wonder what it could be. Okay. Proto breastplate. Markets for... with Sumerian markings on it for some sort of trap. I read that as it bashed my head in. Okay. Well. There was... tablet. There it is. With us. Don't step on that. A lot of sand down here.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
There is no need for this to end in violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Yeah.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on your works of people. Just trying to replace all the plaques.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
Gods exist. Isn't it possible they have more than one true name? It wouldn't have made a difference. I don't think the gods answer anyone's prayers.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the
Thank you
stories
for the
of an
redemption,
older
Cogswell.
people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself?
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing they motivated you to live a good life?
Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point?
Are you going to abandon a lifetime of good character now that it matters most, just because you found out you were misled?
You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can about the foundations of my people's beliefs. Go.
I mean, if we keep digging down, I'm sure you'll find who they based it off of. Foos! I would if I could. You do me like that, buddy? I would shout you off that ledge. And it would look like your people, the Egyptians, were down here. If they have these tunnels and these doors to it. Alright, where are we going? Nope. Left. Alright. This means we have all the parts we need for opening the temple. So let's go see what's in the temple. Yeah. Hey, one out. Where else I can go?
Ah, you've returned.
Have.
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need?
Apparently we're not going to tell him. There. Ah, it doesn't matter. Yep. Ah. Alright, so we got all the plaques. Well, also, we need to do a loop where we do the thing where we tell everyone to make the escape at once. Instead of having it just be Scintilla. Scintilia. Well, you know what? Let's go up there, let's save right in front. Bust right in. Oh, I've been live. Why? This isn't recording? Why isn't this recording? How did none of this record? Well, I'm gonna have to pull the VOD.
Citizen.
I guess there's no need for me to start recording now. Probably since... Who knows when? Who knows when it stopped recording? Open? Oh. Oh, it's a lot of shaking. A lot of gold peeps looking at me. So what is the secret? Speak his name. Nurgle, the fierce one. Cyrus. Hades. So it's Nurgle, the fierce one, grant me audience. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me audience. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me audience. Pluto, Father of Riches, grant me audience. I've said those are all valid names. So close. Oh, is this the time period? So Pluto's most recent, Hades is before. I guess architecture, but it's hard to tell Greek from Roman. Yeah, I'm the architect. Cyrus. This temple is way longer inside. It's bigger on the inside. Nurgle. Oh! Okay. What am I in the holodeck? What is this? This is fucking Assassin's Creed. Suddenly we're it's sci-fi game. Okay. Well, here we are. Yeah, Cogswell. I already got one game ending. I think this is either another game ending or the real ending. Hi.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Unknown.
It's a Gaul.
And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Please give me the option for what is your story? Yes. What is your story?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
You're a god.
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful.
Knowledge and technology incomprehensible.
But despite all that...
So it is technology, so it is the Gaul. So we travel through a Stargate, or through a wormhole that takes us through time, and this place is ruled by the Gaul. Got it. Why do you look and sound like a man?
This form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
You want O'Neill to show up? Save the day. Some P90s to these gods.
No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
You left.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Eresh Kigel to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks.
He looks rather not animated.
Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
Nothing in my whispering he cannot know.
Your gaze lingers too long.
Stop staring at my girl. Alright, Gaul, alright.
That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutabal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish.
Talk about something else. What is this place?
It's come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
What was
that
the
is a
wager?
long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms.
So they're
of life
aliens
among
from
the
a planet called
stars. We
Elysium.
discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Persephone saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time,
Yep,
you
it's
flourished,
gonna be with the rest of the game,
but
I would
soon you
imagine.
were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Persephone could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Persephone's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused.
Thank you very much for hanging out, Radmado. Well, we have a good rest of the day and a good rest of the week if I don't see you. Thank you very much for the donation to Extra Life.
exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
We're your
There were
kin.
also gods who, like me,
There's going to be a lot of
in
talking
many
here.
names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpina.
Who built the city?
As the first wave
the rock
of
and
your
roll.
kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
How did you decide who comes
To
here?
ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when
Formed
they
into
spread to
bitcoins.
Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do,
Wait,
your
we already have
kind
those
will
2.
have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Proserpina's along with it.
How did
is
they learn
a
about it?
Regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped.
5?
A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories
Seed of
about
truth.
this place, though each story
I mean, that seems
only a
fine.
seed of truth.
So...
Of course.
Are we in space?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Why turn people to gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second
Don't
woman
stab
grew
people, that's
envious,
fair.
for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer.
So this
I
is why
took the
people turn to
golden bow
gold.
left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice.
Molten
but to
gold,
wipe
yeah,
the sin
somehow.
clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to.
So you're
and lament
you're very cruel, god of Underworld. Got it.
eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
You're punishing these peeps for your Persephone's choices. So you're responsible for destroying all those
I give
lives.
your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Where did the golden bows come
When
from?
my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
What do you
I've
consider
always
it?
considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do.
Oh, we're getting
The Greeks
a listing
refined
of
it with
golden
avoid
rules.
doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
It doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either. Ooh.
For you, perhaps. I've always agreed the Roman, even it is yet enough. You clearly know nothing.
How do you people know? How do you know when people say?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
Persephone connected to the statues in the same way.
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question.
No reason? No, don't worry about this, Gauld. There's no reason I asked you this weird-ass question. Don't consider it. There are no problems here. I've seen some terrible things here that you didn't consider a sin. How could you let them happen?
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to give me an example?
Suicide.
I've seen no such thing. But in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
That seems like an extremely literal interpretation of the rule.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
Our language is full of ambiguity. Doesn't that make the rule inherently subjective and unreliable?
Supposing you are right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I'm right, and you know it.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Price counted for life-saving medicine.
How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined?
He wouldn't want someone else to demand an outrageous price for the medicine he needed if he was dying.
I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what
just speculating is
would want
okay.
if they found themselves in another situation.
Apparently subjective and unreliable.
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
And you think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're right, and my law
Capitalism,
broken,
yeah.
and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me.
Scam.
The tavern keeper, yes? How is that inconsistent with the rule?
He wouldn't want someone else to sell her hemlock. She thought it was buying a means of escape.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win.
Can't know what she would expect. She would you're just speculating. Some speculation is agree, blah, 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 blah. Fair enough.
Tell me.
That bondage.
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
You wouldn't want to be trapped in a 30-year labor contract because of a loan.
And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others.
The whole concept of debt bondage, like slavery, is unethical. It's illegal under international law from where I'm from.
Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from?
Customer may take out a loan to buy a house and in some places to pay for an education.
I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt?
Depends, typically decades, sometimes their entire life.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years.
Not the same thing.
Supposing you're right, then my lord...
Never mind, never mind. Experiments on golden statues, the midwife.
How is that inconsistent?
She wouldn't want to be experimented on if gilded.
The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine.
Bootstraps.
Now tell me, what other sin?
Abduction.
You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the cistern, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree?
I disagree with that.
Supposing you're...
Now
tell me.
No wonder people say the gods are cruel. Just shows how unreliable and subjective your moral code is. You're no better at judging right from wrong than any human.
Do you honestly think you could do better?
No, but that's my point. Nobody's grasp of right and wrong is so perfect that they can be trusted with all this power. You've become a tyrant.
Strike you down for that.
If you did, you'd be proving my point.
Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well.
All the questions I had.
Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Maybe you're getting forgetful in your old age.
You would have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
Yes. I misspoke. I arrived here in about 2,000 years. We lied to the Gaul?
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
Well, you can tell me.
Do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina slumbered for 3,000 years.
Didn't you know this is the god of the underworld? I guess that means you don't know everything that goes on
lightly,
here.
Mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek?
I just want to get out of here. I'd like you to put an end to the golden rule. I'm here to kill you! Draw a golden bow. It is such a long conversation to get back here. I saved right outside this door, and it'll take like... We've been here for like 20 minutes, maybe more.
Your hubris is amusing. So
Oh, like you put an end to the golden rule.
But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called...
I'm here to dance. How can you expect us to live without sin if you can't do it yourself? The golden rule is corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager.
How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
Theseus is a price-gouging license. He knows nobody can take it by force.
True. I have witnessed him doing that.
Rufus has become so paranoid that he's jumping at shadows like Virgil's sexuality.
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one.
Aurelia is exploiting people's desperation to escape by selling them hemlock.
I admit, I have grown disturbed watching them.
Malleus has trapped people in debt bondage by convincing them that rebelling would break your law.
His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. If you're right, my involvement has corrupted the very thing I sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully, without theft or violence, without my law?
No, but humans need to be able to use force in exceptional circumstances to correct their societies.
How so?
We use violence to discourage bad behavior, to neutralize criminals, and overthrow tyrants.
And how is that working for you?
Where I'm from, 2,000 years in the future, it's working pretty well. On average, life expectancies are climbing and crime rates are declining.
So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect.
Getting better all the time. One day we'll get there. Our world will always be imperfect, but the kind of force required to create a utopia would inevitably result in tyranny.
You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that?
Perhaps he made a mistake too. Perhaps he wanted you to abandon the wager, so Persephone would be free from you. Perhaps he felt threatened by you and didn't want a potential challenger in Elysium. Perhaps he left you behind. These are all terrible answers.
Perhaps. But if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long?
You're no better than us. You're a monster on a power trip. That's when you took on human form. You took on some human fall abilities as well. Perhaps you were blinded by your love for Persephone.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you.
Yeah, I think we're finally getting to the ending.
If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
Just want to return to the world.
Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you have created a
we made a paradox.
What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
I guess so. Sounds like we're about to, Oh, geez, how many conversations do I need to have with him unless there's only one way out? Hey, Alworth.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth?
Well,
I came here to find you.
I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Yes, he did. These Romans are crazy. A bit far-fetched. Actually, that was me. Sounds a bit... Fuck it, I want that credit.
It reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Aren't we dead? Wasn't that what happened in the previous ending? We were declared dead? Dead? No, I guess we made it out. So if Charon's not here...
I'm gonna pause here for a moment. Go on it.
So we're going to be wrapping up the stream soon, I believe. So feel free to head on over or to crudge.showbot.tv to vote on our raid call. We will be raiding WScottus1, who's playing Fortnite.
You're back.
I'll be joining him after
But
I get some food.
You're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I've not played this season yet. New season of Fortnite.
What a
I usually don't stream a ton of Fortnite.
Thank you so much.
I
was
usually
beginning to think
stream
you'd
whatever
both become
games
trapped in
more
there.
so have my
Why
interests.
don't you tell me what you discovered? While we
But
wait.
I'll play Fortnite with people because it's a game you can play with quite a few people. So not what you said, where I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well...
No, I kind of
now
answered
you
these
know.
questions last time.
I
This is my
suppose
second
you have
ending.
questions.
Who are
You can just... I do not enjoy deceiving people. That...
Truth is
that
that.
you...
Yeah, that we're dead. How did I die?
Ask
I suppose
a
not.
wise...
No, Alan died in possession of sacred coral. Pluto said the coins and out were last in existence.
It means... there is nobody... Perhaps you have... Well, along my... It means there is no...
There's the land of living.
Point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
I usually don't stream for 4.5 hours on a Wednesday.
It's so good to see you.
But it turns out I very much enjoy this
I'd never
game.
see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city.
Sounds like what you
Skip.
two.
Sounds
Skip.
good to me.
And you?
Yeah, take us home. And the game ends, right? Human unlock. 1 year later. Oh. Do we die? Hey, Al.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news.
What news?
So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research
Chapter
into
1, a
people mentioned
Kojima
in
game.
Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
I guess we got revived.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
You're finally here. Remember me?
Galerius? What?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours.
The
I know
yeah,
we only had
Codswell.
that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us
You banging a
second
Quita
chance
here?
at life.
You do it yourself these
I
days.
used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
Oh yeah, they all just speak English, I
know.
guess, now instead of
I can't
Latin.
believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Do I sell my bow?
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work.
Well, a
I'm
lot
just
more talking,
teasing.
apparently.
Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa.
So this
in the
ending
countryside
changes if we
with
run
room
through the
for a
village and
large
make
family.
everyone's lives
Something
as
to do
perfect
with
as
you.
possible before we do this then, right?
Feels like the
Because she
world has
doesn't
just
remember us because
opened
we didn't
up
talk
for
to
us.
her.
There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Oh, hi. All prayers.
There he is.
What's up?
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Yes, Dooley.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
So this is a good ending, I guess.
I live at Galerius and
He got her
Equiteus.
name. He couldn't say it before.
They look after
Or remember it.
and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth. Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like.
Got a
the box.
TV. He's got the television.
Galerius got me a box that tells tell
Talk to every single game character again. Yep.
Treasure?
Story boxes are great, aren't they?
They're fun.
I like my box now.
Bye-bye.
Oh, there's 22 people? Oh. Really? You just went back to war?
Evening.
Hello. You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself.
We're not going to ask her what happened to her
London
slavers.
with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Unfrozen caveman lawyer. Correct.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Stop.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
I guess the game would be very different if you run around the
Lucy
city.
is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of
Correct.
which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So...
Use yourself.
To get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Sure.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time.
Oh yeah, did I not
But
mention
he's
that to
been
anyone?
dealt
I
with.
probably should have mentioned that to someone.
You know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again. Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there.
Her servant Alexa.
Everywhere. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me. Meh. I try not to think about him at all. You too. See you around.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life.
Alright, I'm kind of done talking to you guys.
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
So you never saw your girl again?
You remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks.
Well said. Peace out.
And you.
Wait, Hermit Philosopher, you're alive? Oh, you're looking at your old bed. Hi.
And here you are. It's wonderful to see you again. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st
Oh, this is the only one of the few people I've actually talked to.
Be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
How are you not crazy? I mean, this is fine.
Aha, you remember that? I have to admit, I have been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicines, and a series of prosperous democracies. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still
There's always a way to go. That's the point.
My sincere thanks once again.
Good to see you, buddy. Uh-huh.
Hello. Magnificent museum, is it not? Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance.
How long? Like, how many more people do I have to talk to still? Quite a few. You too, Georgius.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
You have a fantastic suit.
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won. You too, my friend.
Okay. What's up?
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hi,
I wanted
Fabia.
to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone.
How did the
together
assassin
again.
get there if it was the
Just for
underworld?
one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that
Pearls.
means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
So she's full modern. Got it.
Thank you. I really am. You too.
Some
More is
soiree,
there.
innit?
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the
Yeah, I know who you are. Hi.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
No need to thank me, it was entirely
Such
unintended.
a acerbic wit. I love it.
What are you doing
I took the
yourself?
money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market.
And
That's
he's
where
an
the real money is
investor.
now.
Not a
I was
huge
open to ask your
surprise.
advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Daisy.
I ain't gonna help you.
I
Fuck
won't
you.
take no for an answer.
DVDs have a bright future. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing. Print media is going to make a huge print media. Vines. People want Vines to come back.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune. Of course, don't let me keep you.
Yeah, no. Fuck you.
Good evening.
How many more are there? Okay, 1, 2. Oh, okay, there's we got 7 more.
Hello there.
Olivia,
Greetings.
you're looking well.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid.
Yeah, 2,000 years of
I'm
poetry,
already up to the
19th century,
and am
named
quite
Poe.
enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe.
Kindred
Men
spirit
have
Poe.
called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Cool. Peace out. Divya?
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Yeah, you got really mad and it set off the golden rule when you accidentally let me into your shrine and would not let me back out.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Noble cause. Sure.
That means a lot.
Good to see you.
And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Cool. These people are all rich, and you're an archaeologist. This sounds like actually quite helpful to your career.
What is up?
What is up?
Plundered any more tombs lately, my friend?
That is literally my job.
I must say,
not recently.
I
Good
am
to see you,
ashamed of the
Kobash.
way I acted when we first met. If I had known you would go on to confront and triumph over the tyrant masquerading as the Lord of Silence, I would never have blocked your passage. You are most gracious. I too would like to offer
We're all
my
friends
thanks
here.
for releasing us from that place and for your role in bringing us here. This
So
world is
presumably this
truly
means Persephone is around. Doing
For
it
a
these
time,
days.
I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures.
When people ask,
I spent the first
it's
25
for you to
years
tell
of
you
my
about
life
themselves. What the
avoiding
fuck do you
42
possibly tell them?
sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
You're only supposed to be 25 years old? Oh, okay.
Indeed.
Indeed. Oh, we got an indeed out of him. All right.
Thank you, Oracle.
We meet again.
Centilla, we meet again.
Oh,
How do you remember me?
I go by Gabriella now.
Hi.
I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Jeez.
And I wanted to say thanks.
His eyes.
And no hard feelings. For leaving me in that cistern when you did. I know it must have been a difficult decision.
Oh,
but
we did talk to her.
It was the right one.
Thanks, I
living
appreciate you
Orpheus
saying
on
that.
a
What do you
little
do with
vineyard
yourself
in
these days?
Umbria.
Yeah.
It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us.
Yes,
Enjoy some of
Cogswell.
our very own wine.
Very prominently displayed, too.
Thanks. You too.
What's up? I was interested in
It's
saving
nice
your
to
life
finally put a
myself.
face to the
So,
name.
hi.
I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
You doing
I'm
these
living with
days?
Gabriella in Umbria.
Yes,
We've
I understood
finally
that.
bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope and missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Wow. Your wine is almost drinkable. Nice. Just nice.
It really is. You too.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy
Yeah,
stuff.
you're just very growly still. Turns out you were right. The statues really were watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere.
Hi, camera.
Stay vigilant. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very
So
modern.
So you live with the man you were sending threatening letters about his sexuality to. Okay.
For a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
So what part of the threats made you think, hey, that's an attractive man?
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
Okay, what are you doing with
I'm studying
yourself?
to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Okay. Persephone? Karen? Or Charon? Charon? Who else is around?
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Okay. You're whispering to me all along.
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
I mean, you straight told me how to get the bow. Created the time loop.
I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh,
Karen.
She inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
Oh.
And you.
Nice meeting you.
Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good.
Yeah.
Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to
Oh, hey,
achieving
they're
that.
all alive.
Hercules,
What about the flayed
Orpheus,
ones?
Theseus and Aeneas would be proud.
What about the flayed ones? Ending 4-4. Okay. And that's going to be it for this stream.